Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is Championship Sunday here at the Colonial Lanes Classic, and it's a familiar place for your Vanderbilt Commodores as Haley Lindley officially kicks off the day with a 4-pin. Good shot from Haley to kick off what is certainly to be a fantastic match. Do not be surprised if this one goes 7 games, that is. It is best of 7. The first team to win 4 games will clinch an automatic bid into the championship match, which will be contested later this afternoon. Bright and early here. Actually got started a little bit before we were supposed to, or originally scheduled to. We'll take the few minutes of extra time for the afternoon. Again, Vanderbilt comes in as the number 1 seed at a 7-3 record across 2 days of competition. That included 5 Baker matches on Friday, 5 traditional team matches Saturday, and that has earned them the number 1 seed. They are facing the number 2 seeded Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Huskers start with Lainey Breedlove, a traditional lineup, at least for this weekend, for the Huskers. Even going back to when the Huskers and the Doors bowled each other back on Baker or in Baker on Friday. It was Lainey Breedlove, Abigail Sarkey, Brenna Hartzler, Haley Swindle, and Karina Capron. Now, I saw Swindle anchoring a little bit yesterday, so once all is said and done, I'll get those lineups to you. For the Doors, Lindley, of course, leading off, Alyssa Ballard gets the start here on Championship Sunday. Alyssa didn't see the lineup much during Baker, but she entered the lineup during match 3 or for match 3 yesterday. Ended up having a fantastic final 3 games. Alyssa went 237, 214, 216 for Vandy, and opens, or starts, I should say, because she did not open, starts her Championship Sunday with a single pin conversion. If you are watching on the Vandy Women's Facebook page, Women's Bowling Facebook page, we welcome you. Tough spare here for Abby Starkey, but handled with ease. The old bucket and the biscuit. That was the bucket with the 7-pin. That's a big 5 spare early with the count advantage right now for Vanderbilt as Natalie Kent in the number 3 position. Kent, bang! First strike of the day for the Commodores. Vandy historically, of course, 3-time national champions. Nebraska, 11-time national champion. Specifically the NCAA, of course, which began in 2004, and they won that first NCAA title. They have 6 NCAA championships, speaking of Nebraska. And of course, looked upon as one of the most historical programs of all time. Vanderbilt inching into that territory with regards to history in their 3 national championships. Caitlin Abaganya, who bowled every single frame yesterday, back in the 4th position for the Commodores. That only means Danielle Henderson will anchor this team as Brenna Hartzler misses the head pin right for Nebraska. The Huskers with a little bit of a different look. Jillian Martin, the first team All-American and the Player of the Year, first open frame for the Doors, as Abaganya takes the 3 off the 6, unfortunately. Jillian Martin is representing the United States of America. She's part of Team USA this week, for the next 2 weeks really, in Hong Kong, in search of the coveted team gold medal. And she is bowling with her assistant coach, Julia Bond. So 2 important members of the Husker squad representing Team USA. And so the Huskers trying to get it done here today on Championship Sunday without them. Henderson, bang! Not a bad start. Again, first team to 4 wins will win the match. Again, this is one you might anticipate to go 7 games. And through the nose for Nebraska as Karina Capron in the 4th position today. A little bit of a slower start right now for Nebraska. These two teams did face off against each other in Baker competition. And Nebraska got the win on Friday. Lindley. First double of the day for the Commodores. I'll blame it on Coach Williamson. He forgot to add the standings link as Ballard turns 2 into 3. I actually think one of the things about Alyssa Ballard that's actually underrated is her striking ability. She strikes at 52%, and that was her percentage leading into this tournament. And yesterday proved certainly that she can strike with the best of them. And if she's not striking, you anticipate that fill percentage to be high as well, which it is at 86% fill for Ballard. Can Natalie Kent make it 4 in a row? You bet. In best of sevens, I always believe that if you can get off to a good start, you have to take full advantage. And you'd love to be up 2-0 in a best of 7. And you anticipate the competition to be right there. You should always anticipate a best of 7 to go to 7 games. But you got to do what you can do to control the start. And Vandy, I think one of the best teams this weekend at Bowling on the Fresh. They have had high series, high match play, or I should say Baker and traditional totals. For example, they shot 10-98 and 11-11 in the first 2 Baker matches on Friday. And then in traditional play, they shot 10-85 and 11-39. So they know exactly what to do on the Fresh. It's a great shot from Lainey Breedlove as you get back to the top of the lineup for Nebraska. That leadoff bowler so important. That was the first strike for the Huskers. Hardway for the 3-6-10 conversion for Abaganya, and she is on the board. Don't want to leave anything to chance. Good opportunity here for the Commodores to get out in front early. All right, spare opportunity here. Max score now 2-12. Oh, great shot from Abigail Starkey. Yikes. In Baker competition, you can never count out anybody, right? And so you start doing the math a little bit, and Nebraska mathematically still had a chance to win that game. Nine pins is important here. That will lock up the match or lock up this game. The max score for Nebraska is 210. Nine here, and Vanderbilt will take game 1 officially. 14-9 it is. That's a game 1 victory for Vanderbilt. Good morning, Carla. Appreciate you tuning in. As Nebraska. Now here's the opportunity for the Huskers if they wanted to, and it's very early, so they probably won't. But they wanted to make a ball change or two for those who are currently in the lineup. They could, even if they wanted to get a player who's not currently in the lineup to get an extra shot or two. They could also do that because they've lost this game. So anything they do will not matter. It's not a total pins situation today. It's all about wins and losses, game per game. If you're watching on the Vandy Women's Facebook page, the Vandy Bowling Women's Facebook page, I did just drop the results link in the comments. Unfortunately for our YouTube watchers at the moment, we did forget to add that to the event description before going live, and we cannot add links to the chat. So you got to head over to the Vandy Women's Bowling Facebook page. Go ahead and click that link over there. Once you open it, of course, just open it or have it open in a tab, and you're good to go. But you can see the results from Friday. You can see Friday and Saturday. You can see the individual standings. You can also see, of course, most importantly, the bracket. Again, winner of this match advances to the championship match automatically. It's technically going to be in round 3. They would still bowl a match of the winner, especially Vandy, of course, during round 2. But first things first, you got to take care of business here early against a quality opponent. This is 1 versus 2 here this weekend, but it's 2 versus 3 in the preseason poll. Nebraska, the number 2 ranked team entering the season. Vanderbilt, the 3rd ranked team. Scott Bender checking in early. Go Commodores. That's right. That's right, Scott. Same thing with Anthony Natalie and Michael Lukosius. What's up, Mike? I never call him Michael. That's weird to see it actually on paper. Nice early morning audience. What more on a Sunday morning than to have Vanderbilt Women's Bowling and your best cup of coffee. I actually had to get coffee this morning. One thing that I was not prepared for was the Sunday morning team, not necessarily the wake-up call, but the team meet downstairs in the lobby time to leave. Which was 5:55 a.m. And for about 5 seconds, I thought twice about what I agreed to for the weekend. No, I'm just playing. It brought me back to the days of having to wake up extra early on a Sunday. You gotta pack your stuff. You gotta make sure everybody's checked out. No one's returning to the hotel. And then, of course, some Sundays it's a swift rush to the airport. Some days you got a little bit more time. Most of the players, I believe, will be heading home to their respective hometowns for the Thanksgiving holiday. And so everyone, to some degree, maybe has some varying flight times. 2:11, 179. Vandy leads 1-0. Hello to Jess and Ethan, another Vanderbilt alum who knows all about A, what the program means, B, what it means to wake up early on a Sunday morning. So coffee was a 100% necessity here today. teams do switch lanes. One very important caveat here, and I'll double check it, but the team, or I should say, I think if it's tied or either way, the higher seeded team gets choice of where they want to start, or end or bowl game 7 if we get to that point. So the teams will alternate lanes until we get to game 7, and the top seed should have the opportunity to choose. I will confirm that. Haley Lindley, I mentioned this yesterday, and if you missed it, Haley came into the lineup, I believe it was match 3. It actually was on 5 and 6, ironically enough. Vanderbilt's bowled on this pair 3 times now, once on Friday, once yesterday, and now they bowl their essentially semifinal match here on this pair as well. But Lindley came into the 7th frame. Nice spare by Lainey Breedlove. Breedlove, by the way, in a nice season. 95% makeable spare percentage for Lainey Breedlove. 86 fill percentage overall. That's pretty darn good. Valor, that's a terrible break. Lower 7-10 to finish the story on Lindley. She entered for Sapphire No Fuente in the 7th frame and then proceeded to shoot or go 5 of 6. She struck 5 times in 6 opportunities, and the one time she didn't strike, she left a 2-5-7 and made that. Starkey, 4-pin. And then Lindley, of course, remained in the lineup and went on to shoot. She saved 171 for Saf in that game, then shot 226 and 220 in the final 2 games of traditional play yesterday. She gets the start again here this morning. Ballard gets the count. I don't know what Alyssa is throwing, but the players did have a little additional surface. They're playing a little further right than they have been in the previous couple of days. Yeah, I think some small strategy there and an opportunity to kind of set up the pair. So, you got a little surface. You're playing right. You should develop something that should be good. And hopefully just for Vandy. Obviously, Nebraska very talented, so they may be able to take advantage if you see the hook spot develop. Natalie Kent. She, too, entered the lineup on Friday in the final Baker match. Was excellent and then got to start during traditional play on Saturday morning. And then bowled the first about 3 1/4 games. She shot 215, 236, 191. Struggled in match 4 against North Carolina A&T. Sydney Bone came in to shoot the 10th frame. And then Bone remained in the lineup for Vandy in their final match, and nearly almost another blower. That was more of like the wrap 7-10, if you will, for Abagania. Caitlin off to a little bit of a slower start. Chopped a spare in game 1, made the 3-6-10 at the end of the match, or the end of the game. And now just trying to work through ball reaction here. Nice spare here for Abagania, 93% single pin spare percentage. Entering this weekend, she had 114 single pin opportunities. She had made 106 of them. Capron, great shot. Big double there for the Huskers. Good morning to Kayla Verstrady, a Nebraska alum. Alyssa Lindley, Haley's sister, in the chat early. Henderson with the level up. And if you're joining us late, Vandy did take game one versus Nebraska, 211 to 179. And just a 10 pin. Haley Swindle, one of the top players in the country, and the stats back it up. Swindle is 29th in the Player Composite Performance Index. Of course, the player who leads that statistical category, which basically puts, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 stats combined to make up that metric. Lindley again. But the player leading the PCPI early in the season is Jillian Martin. And as mentioned, she is representing Team USA. Good luck to Team USA, both the men and the women's teams, in Hong Kong. And again, assistant coach Julia Bond also on Team USA in Hong Kong as well. So the Huskers are in Hong Kong, representing abroad, and right here, of course, in Harahan, Louisiana, just outside of New Orleans. Ballard, can she put the triple up? You bet. Folks, it's been a long time since I was only supposed to root for one college bowling team. A little bit of a different feel this morning. Even from the early morning bus ride, it's like, or not the bus ride, the wake-up call. You're in it for the squad that you are representing. And I'm an all-in kind of guy, and I've been all in this weekend. Anchor down. But the Huskers will not go away. We all know that. Natalie Kent not going away either. You know, as we got closer towards the end of the day yesterday, you know, I liked Vanderbilt's chances. It didn't matter the opponent, and it had really, you know, not everything to do with talent, but everything to do with their ball reaction, Vandy's ball reaction on the fresh. I thought Vandy and their scores back it up. One of the like 2 or 3 best teams without question on the fresh. Tulane actually was very good on the fresh as well, the whole school. All right, we got 4 in a row for Vandy. And that's the first strike for Abagania. Five in a row, and my name was called. I'm all in on the high Emil chance. Another situation where Danielle Henderson's got a chance to seal the deal. And wow, sends an absolute brutal messenger. It whipped right around the 10 pin, almost like the 6 pin going low on a wrap 10 pin situation. Unfortunately, now Nebraska still have an opportunity to take game 2. Like, you can strike all you want, but the opponent, in many cases, still has a chance to win the game, and that's the situation for the Huskers. It may slightly change here. Now, Henderson's got to do her job and take care of the 10 pin. Handles it. So back in familiar territory for Danielle Henderson. She will need 9 to shut out the Huskers here in game 2. Actually, no, I beg your pardon. She will need a strike. Yeah, she needs to strike. All 10 will shut out the Huskers by 1 pin. 9, and the Huskers have the possibility of tying this one. If my math is right. Oh, it's still early, and my math is not close. We're good. 2:16 was the max for Nebraska. I'm going to take one more sip of that coffee. 2-0 now Vanderbilt. Oh, wow. Renee, who is fantastic. She is to me, she's the real glue for the team. She may go out and grab some extra waters or, get some string cheese or, whatever the players feel that they need to be successful. And I left my coffee in the back table. I'm actually kind of in the back of the settee area. And Tulane does a great job of actually sectioning off and making it clear where the spectators are and where the players and coaches and staff should be. And so I left my coffee, of course, beyond the velvet rope, if you will. And Renee says, "Hey, is this yours?" And I'm like, "Yes." But my bowling mind has trained me not to bring any drink into the settee area for fear of spilling. But I might have to go get it. The Huskers in that situation again where they could take this 10th frame to try something. I'm going to assume they feel pretty good about Haley Swindle's look. Desiree Buchert, she was down on the warm-up pair by Coach Klimpa. Going to take some time, slow the pace down. Vandy on a nice little run. They got some rhythm. And so now they have to wait for Nebraska to finish out this 10-pin before they can get back to bowling. So for Nebraska, this is kind of a 2-for-1. They get to discuss things, figure a little bit out. They also are putting the little bit of the ice right now on Vandy. We got this audience brewing on YouTube and Facebook, folks. Please hit the thumbs up and share it certainly this morning. I'm about to do the same. Vandy leads 2-0. .201 and 227. And perhaps most importantly, besides being 2-0, Vandy has now won on each lane. Well, you say, man, why is that important? Sometimes one team may be better on the right lane. In fact, when these two teams bowled each other on Friday in Baker, Nebraska had the right lane the best. And their 3 best games all took place on the right lane, and that propelled them to that particular match victory. And so sometimes, just whether it's just a pair of lanes, sometimes the left lane's trickier than the right, vice versa. Sometimes it's the way the players break the lanes down. One lane ends up being better or worse than another. So if you can win on both lanes early, that gives you confidence that you've got an idea of what both lanes are doing. Even if the lanes are doing something differently, you then know what's happening on the left lane if you need to do something differently, and you know what's happening on the right lane. And the coaches obviously are making those notes as the games are going on. Again, the winner of this match advances to the championship match, which will technically take place during round 3 this afternoon. There will be a round 2 no matter what for Vanderbilt, whether they win this match or not. If they win, then they will bowl, I believe, the 15th or 16th seeded team. The way the bracket works, should they falter, then they will be in a situation where they would face the winner of the 3-4 match, which that one is a good one in its own right. It would be Arkansas State and Wichita State battling trying to remain in the top 4 in the top portion of the championship bracket. All right, here we go. Arguably the biggest game here for the Huskers. They don't want to go down 3-0. If you're Vanderbilt, you know that. So you know you got business to take care of. Lindley, it's a little right. Well, what the recovery. And I think just the additional surface, and it wasn't much, and the team playing a little further right than they have in the previous days, right? If you leak one right today, at least this morning on this pair, right, the opportunity does present itself to see that extra recovery. So you may have a little bit of miss room. Not much, but in bowling we only need 1 or 2 extra boards. Breedlove's been solid so far here in this match for the Huskers. She's been around the pocket. She's made spares. Speaking of around the pocket, Ballard, another one. Natalie Kent, who had dealt with injuries during the last season, has performed really well. And she continues that. That strike percentage going up this weekend. She was at 49% entering the weekend. That thing's going to move over to 50% for sure. True example of team bowling, right? Abeganya's been solid all weekend long. In fact, individually, Caitlin finished 6th. I'm not sure how many players they will take for the all-tournament team this weekend, but she finished 6th, went plus 93. Right now, ball motion, ball reaction, like still trying to work through it, but her team has taken care of business for her. She doesn't have to stress, although this shot looks good. And she'll take it. She's getting closer. Yeah, the Ion Pro solid, and I mentioned this yesterday, maybe even Friday. I think as a team, for those who throw Storm, that ball seems to be, as a team bowling ball, the one that everybody can go to and knows exactly what it does at any point. Spare strike, another spare opportunity. Meanwhile, Vandy with a chance to put the first 5 on the board here in game 3. Level. Well, that's certainly not my favorite spare. The old 3-9. Randy won 227 to 185. I think she shot that the best way you could possibly shoot it. An early open for Danielle. Don't shake that off. But Nebraska gives the Commodores a break there. Missed single pin from Brenna Hartzler. Again, the Huskers lineup has been Lainey Breedlove leading off, followed by Abigail Sarkey, the freshman. Brenna Hartzler, the junior. Lainey, the redshirt sophomore, by the way. Karina Capron and Haley Swindle, both sophomores. Back to the top of the lineup. Can Lindley strike again? Bang! Hello to the Kent family. Up early watching. Got a message, a very nice note from assistant coach Izzy Allen's parents. They probably are watching as well. Alyssa Ballard. She is 2 for 2 in this game. Lindley is 2 for 2 in this game. The Commodores did shoot .299 during match 5 of Baker competition. It was game 2. Of course, .299 not in play here, but I gave you that additional context because they are prone for big games on this 43-foot lane condition. It was the third .299 in the program's history. Kent looking to make another double for herself. That caught a little bit down lane, just didn't want to quite make it up the hill. There's still 2:48 out there for the Huskers. And that's a good start. Haley Swindle trying to get the action started for Nebraska. I see we've got a couple of Nebraska alums and certainly some Commodore fans watching this. Big day for the Commodores yesterday. The football team with a big victory over Kentucky. That sets up a very important game. It would have been important anyway, facing Tennessee. But Vanderbilt's college football playoff hopes still very much alive. And that percentage to advance to the CFP would increase, and I think significantly with a win next week. It did help that Georgia Tech lost last night. Mentioned the women's soccer team getting a double overtime second round victory. And now the women's bowling team trying to lock up a spot in the championship match this weekend in the Colonial Lanes Classic. Abagania striking in the ninth. The max is 245. A strike here from Henderson, and Vanderbilt will go up 3-0. I'm a big fan of not leaving it to chance, especially in match play. You've got to take your opportunity and cash it in. This is Danielle's opportunity to go up 3-0. Great break there. The Huskers still have 228 max. All right, so Vandy now can only get to 225. Great shot. A substitution made there as Desiree now into the ball game. Opportunity is knocking for Nebraska. Important single pin opportunity here for Vanderbilt. Danielle struck out 5 times yesterday. There were 5 traditional games. She struck out in all 5 of them yesterday. However, a strike here, again, counts still very important. Can Hartzler keep it going? She can. Here come the Huskers. They know the math. I have seen, and certainly those who follow college bowling have all seen matches that can turn on a dime. You get a team that looks like they should win a game, they don't, or at least leave the opportunity for their opponent to win, and they do, and things start to go the other way. And 6, not the best there. Oh, 221. That does hurt the count situation a little bit, well, actually a lot. And this is assuming Nebraska will give themselves that opportunity in the 10th frame. Either way, they will need a strike in the 9th and the first 2 in the 10th. Capron. And Vandy's going to go up 3-0. Julie Brandolino checking in. Even when Jack State is not competing, as she just said, a fan of women's bowling as a whole, which I hope we all are. We all need to be. We all need to do our part in ushering women's bowling and continuing to usher it into the forefront, and not just collegiate athletics, but certainly the professional side of things as well. The young people that we watch today are tomorrow's professional stars. And you can just look at these 2 teams for that very definition. Obviously, Josie Barnes won the Queens this year and went on to win the Anniversary Open in front of 6,500 fans inside an arena. She's not here, of course, but Jillian Martin is going to complete her senior season. She's already won 3 PWBA events, including the Queens. And so, again, today's collegiate stars are tomorrow's professional stars. We have to invest in them. Again, Vandy now leads 3-0. What you don't see right now happening, folks, yeah, you see it a little bit, the left side of your screen. Right, Josie Barnes talking to the squad. For Nebraska has yet to shoot 200 this game. Or I'm sorry, this match. And Vanderbilt, their low game so far, it's 201. Match next door, A&T, North Carolina A&T versus Louisiana Tech. They're in that 5th place bracket. Breedlove. Oh, and big energy from Laney in the leadoff role. at leadoff position is so important. Energy is super important. Lindley trying to answer, and she does. South Carolina representing this morning. Avery Dumigan and Sapphire Nofuente next door in some warm-up shots, as is Catherine Bowman for Nebraska. That looked like a really good shot there from Desiree. Maybe just a hair slow. Now that's something to keep in mind, because Karina Capron actually went 4 through the middle on the left lane, so it may be hooking just an inch more. Ballard has been money here to open up things, and there she is again. The senior, Alyssa Ballard, with Dad Dell, Mom Carolyn in the back, rooting her on and the team. Count taken by the Huskers. Natalie Kent. High flush. I'm sorry, 4-pin, I beg your pardon. Had to do the old double take. Vandy's in a similar position at this tournament last year. They advanced to Sunday as the #1 seed, had the highest pinfall total. They defeated Stephen F. Austin in the opening match. What a break, as Hartzler kind of stuck at the line, didn't quite stick the landing whatsoever. Well, gets a good break on that carry. And so Vandy, again, they beat SFA in the opening match in the bracket, faced them again in the championship match, and then lost in 7 games, so they finished second. This time and this year, they would like to get the thing done and seal the deal. But first, they got to punch their ticket to the championship match. They can do that with a victory in this game. This is Capron for the Huskers, and she kicks a 4. A couple of favorable breaks for Nebraska. Abaganya now. Well, the Messengers are not being friendly here at Colonial Bowling Center this morning. Danielle Henderson had a wicket messenger. Abaganya with a wicket messenger that does not connect. Hello to Chrissy, Lee, and Marvin, Walton, and Jessica, all watching via Facebook. Again, we appreciate those watching on both Facebook and the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel. If you're watching on Facebook, if you wouldn't mind just to pop over to the YouTube channel and just hit the thumbs up. Swindle. I was going to say, that was almost 3 consecutive 4-pin carries for the Huskers. It's probably a small move that has to be made for Nebraska, a subtle 1-and-1 perhaps. Last time we saw Danielle, she left a 3-9 on a bad shot in the left lane in the 5th. And they got spare 6 in the field, but in a winning effort. 5th frame. Wow, wraps another 10. This is a tough situation to be in for Danielle. Right. The leaves suggest that it might be time for a ball change. Right, but when she does throw it good, and does from the execution perspective, right, when everything is good, she's going to hit the pocket. That was a really good shot. missed single pin there for Henderson. And the Huskers now have taken a 1-pin lead. Strike here for Breedlove. It's officially a 1-pin lead, and there it is. And really, for the first time in this match, Nebraska has a lead and one that they probably feel like they can hold on to. Lindley keeps striking. You would anticipate a subtle move here for Desiree, specifically if she felt like that shot in the second frame was a good one. That looks even better. And it is. That was a shot right there. Huskers with a 1-pin lead. Alyssa Ballard will keep it a 1-pin lead for the Huskers. Vandy trailing by a pin. They lead the series right now 3-0. It's the first to win 4 games in the best of 7. Hartzler crosses over. Tide now sways back to Vanderbilt. And Natalie Kent, who has been excellent. Lindley, Ballard, and Kent have set up Abagania and Henderson nicely at the top of the lineup here. And she does it again. Newark, New York's finest. There are going to be plenty of moments during the season where Kaylin Abagania and Danielle Henderson will need to perform in their respective roles, especially if the top of the lineup does its job. And Lindley, Ballard, and Kent have been phenomenal in the 1, 2, and 3 spots. Can Abagania make it 4 in a row? Yes, indeed. The max score for Nebraska is 226. 9 spare strike for Vanderbilt would be 225. 1 good shot from Danielle Henderson and Vanderbilt. And now the situation is slightly different. But not for Henderson. 1 good shot. Do not leave it to chance. This is to send the Commodores to the championship. And there it is. Vanderbilt will bowl for the title in the Colonial Lanes Classic as the number 1 seed. They will face either, well, shoot, we don't know. It could either be Arkansas State or Wichita State. And or Nebraska. They are still alive. Well, the Huskers, they got moving. This felt like a situation where Vanderbilt had to win this game because Nebraska was starting to cook. The pot was stirring for the Huskers. Desiree in for Abigail Starkey. You know, if she strikes in the second frame, speaking of Desiree, this game might be different. And I think Danielle, by the way, did make a ball change. I will confirm that. It looked like something else that had a little bit of surface, but it was a different color. I think yesterday she was throwing what looked to be I did get a look at the label. I think it was some form of, or some type of hustle from Roto Grip. It's like a navy bluish, charcoalish like look. Uh-oh, the Yeager family. Stand up. I believe Tamia Yeager, the freshman from Tacoma, Washington, had not seen the lanes so far until right now. Yeager, number 33 in your programs, and number 1 in the Yeager family hearts, getting some time to shine here. The 3-time Dexter High School All-American. She has got a phenomenal personality. She's also extremely smart. There was a very intelligent conversation that was happening this morning during breakfast. And I was like, okay, Tamia, I see you. She could be a teacher in the future. Five-pin converted for Tamia. But most importantly, Vanderbilt has swept Nebraska. But again, if you're a Huskers fan, your run to the potential championship match is not over. Nebraska will now await the winner of the Arkansas State-Wichita State match. That will take place during round 2. And of course, if you're a Nebraska fan, you can catch that on the Nebraska Women's Bowling Facebook live stream. For the Commodores, they will move to one pair to their right. They're going to move over to 7 and 8. And again, they're going to face either Florida A&M and or Prairie View A&M University. But again, Vanderbilt, if you're unfamiliar with the format for the Sunday bracket, if you are the 1 or the 2 seed and you win your match against the 1 or the 2 respectively, just like Vanderbilt did, you get the automatic spot to the title match, but you still have a match to bowl in round 2, which does count in the win-loss column overall. And we also will have a sizable break because we don't know all of these matches and where they are. I think every other match is certainly into 5 or 6 games. So, again, keep that in mind. There will be and is going to be a sizable break. We don't have an exact start time because some of these matches may go all 7 games. So, with that said, the streams will still be live. And periodically, I'll try to just make sure I type in the chat what's happening, when we might bowl. But we know where we're bowling. We don't know the opponent yet, but we do know, as far as the second round goes, we do know we're in the championship round of the Colonial Lanes Classic. So this would be your opportunity if you haven't eaten breakfast yet. You've got plenty of time to do so. It looks like there could be one match that's complete down on the high end. But for the most part, the majority of matches are still going strong. It's interesting. I feel like, I've watched a lot of college bowling, but sweeps are rare. I mean, they don't happen a ton. But when you can get a sweep, you got to take advantage. If you get a team 3-0, I think it's actually hard to sweep a team. And it was about to get a little dicey in game 4. If you joined us late and you say, well, shoot, I don't see any bowling, it is because Vandy won game 4 and swept Nebraska. I did not get the final tally. Let me grab that. It was 235 to 214. Again, Vandy won game 4, 235 to 214, and swept Nebraska to advance to the championship match in round 3. Vandy will bowl in round 2. All right, again, folks, stay close. Some of the matches are wrapping up. So 7 and 8 is actually now available. So we'll begin kind of the move to 7 and 8. So we will step aside. Again, Vanderbilt sweeps Nebraska in the opening match in the championship bracket. They will and have advanced to the title match, which will take place in round 3, but they will bowl in round 2, and they will bowl either Prairie View A&M or Florida A&M. And again, that match still counts in the win-loss column. All right, we'll break. We'll move. And we'll be back with you shortly. It's a great day to be a Commodore. Anchor down. You're watching Vanderbilt Women's Bowling here at the Colonial Lanes Classic on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel and the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page.
Leave it here. Somebody's necklace.
I know, that's why I said that's our reward. We get down, well, 9 to 10.
All right, welcome back after a little bit of a break. Waiting till all of the matches were complete, and then a 10-minute warm-up session for round 2. Of course, Vandy was the first match to complete. They did sweep Nebraska. Arkansas State did defeat Wichita State, so we know Vanderbilt is either going to bowl Arkansas State or Nebraska again for the title. That's in round 3, but first, round number 2. And Prairie View A&M, of which Vanderbilt did get a victory over yesterday. Or was it Friday, now that I think about it? I think it was yesterday. So we'll see what the lineup looks like. And actually on cue, it is Victoria Verano leading off. This match has no bearing on the bracket itself. Vanderbilt will bowl for the title no matter what. But with that said, this is an opportunity. Of course, you still got to be competitive. You anticipate that certainly for Vanderbilt. You also get some opportunity, potentially, if you'd like, to get some other players a little bit of time here. And so Victoria Verano able to get some time here in round number 2. She did not start in round 1. And, well, when you sweep, you don't got to worry about really pretty much anything. But for those who don't get a chance to bowl, like I could see Tamia Yeager getting a few more frames of action here in this particular match. We'll see how things go. Alyssa Ballard still in the number 2 position. Haley Lindley, who did lead off in the match against Nebraska. See if she is moved down in the lineup or just replaced for the moment by Victoria Verano. By the way, folks, there's no re-oil, and that means for those who may be new to the sport, the lanes were oiled this morning in preparation, of course, for the competition, but they do not get re-oiled. And so what we refer to in the sport as the fresh and or burn, when the lanes are oiled for the first time and the first competition happens, then you bowl on the fresh. Once everything else after that, if there is no re-oil, is considered bowling on the burn. And the transition been a little tricky for Vandy the first couple of days in Baker and traditional play. So for the championship match, it'll be very key to kind of take a look at what the practice session will look like, the 10 minutes that they get. And speaking of Tamia, she is getting some time. This is important for the young freshman. Coming into this weekend, she only had a couple of frames bowled statistically, and so this will be a very good opportunity. No matter what happens in the title match later, but this will be Vanderbilt's highest finish of the season. They finished 5th, and they've got a couple of 3rds. And so that means, of course, every single match that they bowled recently, especially in the bracket, has truly meant something, right? Because they're trying to battle to get to the title match. Sapphire Nofuente will be in the lineup here as well. To take on Prairie View A&M, led by head coach Tiffany Clark. All right, Kaylin Abagania will anchor the team here for this match, or at least for the time being. A lot of youth right now in the lineup too, which is good. And you also got some senior leadership. In fact, your 2 seniors at the top of this lineup. There's so many combinations, and you start to think long term, right? Again, in March, what combinations? A lot of it will depend on what's happening in the moment, right? Who has the best look? But a Verano Ballard look at the top of the lineup would be good just about any time. Again, when you talk about the leadership aspect and being able to see the lanes, especially angles like through the front part of the lane, somewhat similar. Some people might ask, and of course, Prairie View A&M, they're only traveling with 5. They've got 5 on the roster this year as Coach Clark trying to kind of put her stamp on this program. And hopefully with some additional recruits in upcoming seasons, she will be able to do that. But right now, she's got to continue to teach, assist, instruct, and guide. This Prairie View squad. Miss Fuentes stepped out. She's the lone senior on this team for Prairie View. Oh! I had to tell Alyssa, like, hey, you are really good at bowling. She knew that. But I talked to you about, for those who were watching the first round matchup against Nebraska, I think people don't realize how much Alyssa actually does strike. She's not, of course, going to wow you with rev rate, but I think that's what makes her game so fun to watch, is because it's so simple. Again, just like her parents, it's the simplest game, it's the most effective game, and it strikes way more than people think. And if you are joining us for the first time, this is round number 2. Vanderbilt will be moving on, or has moved on, I should say, to the title match. They've grabbed a spot by winning and defeating Nebraska 4-0 in the opening round matchup. The top portion of the bracket was the 1 versus 2, with Vandy being the 1. And Vandy will face either Arkansas State or Nebraska. It will take place in another best of 7. That is a very interesting match. In Nebraska and I think Arkansas State both streaming. Nebraska certainly is. Now, the one thing that's, this match doesn't mean anything from the bracket perspective, but it does still count for RPI and the overall win-loss categories. So no matter what, Prairie View is still looking to get as many wins as they can, and they'd love to get one against, again, the top-ranked team in the RPI currently, which is Vanderbilt. So you can never leave anything to chance if you're the Doors, and they certainly won't be doing that. As Sapphire now 2 for 2 here in game 1. I understand that my family is also watching our Vanderbilt broadcast, so good morning. Please eat your breakfast, Emil and Enzo. Shout out to my wife, Shanice. It's league day in the Williams house, so at least for one of us. I try to dodge league every single chance I get, but she doesn't really let me do it when I'm able to. So Vanderbilt can shoot 171. Spare strike here, and that will be enough for a win. Now a couple of pins. Actually one to be specific. Stay behind the foul line. And Vandy will go up 1-0 here over Prairie View A&M. We got Kim G checking in, watching the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. And the live stream there. Hello, Kim. Good morning. And if for those who are watching on Facebook, if you haven't already, just do Vanderbilt a favor. Just go ahead and just pop open the YouTube broadcast as well, and just hit the thumbs up. You would be doing the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling team a huge favor if you do that. Championship pair will be on 17 and 18. .135 for Prairie View. Prairie View lost to Florida A&M University. Doesn't look like the bracket is updated, but I bet it is somewhere. Maybe we're looking at the old wrong file here. Teams have switched lanes. Now Lindley back in. Oh, well, we don't see that type of 5 count often. The 3, 6, 7, 9, 10. I think what's going to happen here is I think we're going to have 2 different lineups bowl each game. So I think this is going to be the combination of, oh, nicely done there. Haley Lindley with the 3, 6, 7, 9, 10 conversion. I'm not sure there's anything that Lindley cannot do. She can come in late, help a teammate, save a game. Then she'll put up a couple 220s like it's nothing. She'll get the party started and a sweep early on against Nebraska as the leadoff bowler. And then she'll just go ahead and make the 3, 6, 7, 9, 10 to go along with the 2, 5, 7 that she made yesterday. I don't know if Vanderbilt does this often, and they haven't probably got a chance to do it, as I just mentioned, because of the way the finishes have been, right? 5th, 3rd, 3rd. That means, especially the 2 third places, that they were still vying for the opportunity to get to the title match, and ultimately had to win the 3rd place match. And so you don't get a chance to get all 10 players in a match at the same time. But I think we'll see Tamia stay in the lineup the most. Right, she's going to bowl each and every time, so she can get the, or I should say, maximize her opportunity for bowling and experience. So if the Yeager family is watching, certainly you get to see your daughter, adjust essentially to what's happening in real time. These frames are critical for every player. And then everybody kind of gets to see too, right? And they do this in practice. But you're paying attention to what Tamia's ball roll is like. What the tendencies might be. It's much different in practice than it is in competition. Even in a match that you would be favored to win, it's still not like practice. The body reacts differently. Well, Aunt Toby, you should be very proud. When I got a chance to interact with Prairie View just in previous events, they host the Prairie View A&M Invitational. That is held at the ITRC. It's on the campus of the United States Bowling Congress and the Bowling Proprietors Association. It's where Team USA does train, but the space also hosts a few tournaments. They've hosted NCAA regionals there in the past. They've hosted, again, the Prairie View A&M Invite for many years now. And the Prairie View fans always show up, no matter what. They travel well, and I've been able to hear them throughout this weekend still be encouraging. All right, Danielle back in the familiar Henderson spot, or the anchor spot for Henderson, I should say. I gave you a good example of what team communication is like, not just in a Baker setting. It could be the traditional, but Haley Lindley, who was the leadoff bowler for this game, asked Danielle, did she move? Okay, that's an important question, right? Because if Danielle had moved, Haley wants to know that. And so if Danielle had said yes, then Haley would probably move. All right, she's going to probably move anyway just because of leaving the 3, 6, 7, 9, 10. And she probably did, and that's the result of a good shot. Team communication vital in this format. And in college bowling, the Baker format is where titles are won and lost. All right, so if you're a very good to great Baker team, you are more than likely, or your chances are higher, I should say, that you're going to perform well when needed. It still obviously comes down to the individual as the shot maker, but any additional info from your teammates certainly helps. All right, just a 2-pin for Sydney Bone. And Prairie View has put together a nice little start here. Clean frames in 5 out of their first 6. And now another strike on the board here in the 7th. And Chandler Townsend, the sophomore psychology major. She's actually from Frankfort, Illinois. That is that's a southwest suburb in the Chicagoland area. Skylar Alexander, who majors in electrical engineering. Good pocket shots together here. And Vandy with a small advantage at the moment. The difference right now is just the one open from Prairie View. Vanderbilt leads 1-0. 1 game to 0. It's a 20-pin lead for Vanderbilt here in this game. Yeager. Good shot. Pin opportunity here for Yeager. Here's Avery Dumigan. Avery back in the lineup in that 4-9 role here this game. Talked about being able to adapt, being able to be interchangeable for the players. And again, the varying lineup combinations that you could see really at any moment, but specifically down the road. Again, in the postseason aspect of things. All right, Danielle gets the first one in the 10th. Unfortunately for Prairie View A&M, it does look like they have a player right now going through a medical situation. And at least for this game and perhaps for the tournaments, looks like they will either you have to forfeit for the time being, at least for this particular match, or of course, depending on the severity for their teammate, they may have to exit quicker than they thought because of the situation. So I'll learn what the official rules are, but I believe Vandy would probably still take the opportunity to compete here. And again, no need to take an earlier break. I mean, you could if you wanted to, but I think you want to keep the players still in bowling rhythm competition, if you will, if that is allowed. Now, here's what I would do if they could do it. I would take those two teams and I would turn this into a scrimmage, and then I'd put like a lunch waiver or something on the line. But right now, of course, all thoughts should be with Prairie View A&M and making sure that their player and teammate is going to be okay. In fact, Vandy's trainer, Miss Schuyler here, is offering as much help as she possibly can at the moment with coach and perhaps the parent there as well. All right, let's see if the left lane lineup is back in business. Alyssa Ballard now leading off. There's a little bit of an additional hook on this left lane. I'm sorry, Alyssa's still in that number 2 position. Well, the first shot was thrown, I didn't even see it. I would definitely put something on the, I would have a friendly teammate conversation, right? Someone's either got to do like, 5 extra reps of something. Whoever loses, like high game or high series between the two teams wins. All right, Splitsville here on this left lane. This lane is hooking a little bit more than the right. And again, even without a competitor. It's still important to take these frames as serious as possible. That's a good move there. Yep. That was a move by Sapphire. Probably another 2-1 on this lane for the group that's bowling on the left. What this does mean too, folks, just an FYI. All right, so Vandy is going to finish before everyone else because of the unfortunate circumstances. So we will have another break and probably an extended one prior to the title match. But again, the key word being title. Vanderbilt already in the title match. And they got there due to their victory against Nebraska in round number 1. these stats still do count. Just to our right, I didn't see the game one tally, but it felt like Arkansas State may have got a victory. Actually, it looks like maybe even game two. They're in the game 3 already. All right, high quality shot there. Now you're looking at the 1-3. The moves have been made. So for Vanderbilt, they've already locked up what's going to be their highest finish of the season. And this is the final tournament for, I think, just about everybody, especially, but certainly for Vanderbilt, as the first semester wraps up. When January hits, there'll be 2 tournaments for Vanderbilt, including the Prairie View A&M Invite. That's going to be near the end of January. We'll also head to Delaware, and Sacred Heart will host another tournament. In February, they head to the Storm Flyer Classic. That's held by, or led by Lewis University, hosted by Lewis. Head coach Scott Taylor and his crew. Then in February, or I should say later in February, the 20th through the 22nd, Vanderbilt will head to Lincoln, Nebraska, and compete in the Big Red Invitational. One regular season event in March, that is the Music City Classic. That's Vandy's host tournament, where they will honor their seniors at that event. It's the last opportunity for teams that weekend to have the best schedule and resume possible. So that's the weekend where wins really mean the most, especially wins against teams that are in the top 10, top 15 in the RPI. Because that could help a team, maybe go into the tournament. Maybe they were on the bubble of being selected at an at-large event, and they have a good performance that week. That bumps their RPI up, and then they get that at-large bid. It also does the reverse, where teams who felt good about where they were coming in, they have a subpar weekend and then fall out of contention there. Nice shot to Mia Yeager. Tacoma, stand up. I got to get to the Seattle area. I'm trying to figure out a trip to take that, to when to do it. I got to be honest, I've never met a bowler who truly, and I really mean this, who was not good, who represented the Pacific Northwest. Well, we hope everything is going to be okay for Prairie View A&M. They will be exiting and I think seeking some additional medical attention. So wish all the best for Coach Clark and her team. I like this true for Caitlin Abaganya because against Nebraska, I think she was, of the players who were bowling at the time, I think her ball reaction wasn't what she had seen in the previous 2 days. I think hers was most different. And so now she, without penalty, can maneuver through a bowling ball or a couple in preparation, obviously, for round 3. Now, round 3 is going to be bowled on a completely different pair, and everything could be different. But at least you do want to have an idea of what could be comfortable. That one looked like a miss there from Caitlin. Might have to ask coaching staff what bowling ball that is. Now that the Phase 2 Pearl is going to be out, I can't just assume that the Phase 2 is in play. It could be a Phase 2 Pearl. Couple questions I missed in the YouTube chat. My apologies, Carla. Maybe. I would say at this point it would be probable. It would be probable. Maybe in the spring, during the spring semester, once perhaps if a weekend works. All right, let's see if the second lineup is still in play. Now, if you happen to join us late, this is round 2. And by virtue, again, of the win versus Nebraska, Vanderbilt is already into the title match. They will face either Arkansas State or Nebraska. Round 2 began against Prairie View A&M, which did not have any impact on the bracket, but certainly impacts on the RPI, the win-loss record, and, of course, the statistical categories still in play. Prairie View A&M had to forfeit the match due to some medical emergency or a medical emergency to one of their players. And so they had to forfeit to seek additional medical attention. Thank you to Skylar, who provided and offered as much as she could prior to the team moving on, and hopefully, again, send your good thoughts to Prairie View A&M. But before they did exit, of course, they started the match, and because they started the match and unfortunately couldn't finish it, that is technically a forfeit. But Vanderbilt actually had 2 different lineups together. They had one for the left lane and they had one for the right lane. And it looks like that is still in play. So it's Lindley, Bone, Yeager, Dumigan, and Henderson on the right lane. And on the left lane, it's been Verano, Ballard, Yeager, Fuente, and Abagani. Natalie Kent is the only player who hasn't seen action in round 2 yet, but she did bowl. In fact, she bowled every frame in round 1 in the sweep versus Nebraska, and I would anticipate her to be back in the lineup. If it's not certainly in round 2, more than likely, of course, round 3. But I think this is more about a couple things. One, you don't want to sit for what could be an hour and a half. Right, you do want to remain active and bowling. And you don't want to walk into your title match having sat for an hour and a half and no one else did that. Okay, and then number 2, certainly, you want to get your good people Well, not just the good people. You're freshmen. All right, you want to get to Mia Yeager as many frames as possible. What I was going to say was the good people of Earth, because that's like my favorite phrase. Like if people say good morning or hello, and I say good morning, good people of Earth. And we got up really early this morning, so I hope the rest of the Earth was awake when we got up this morning too. Natalie did get some warm-up shots too, by the way, on the warm-up pairs. So she continues to stay active in that regard as well. She is back now in the huddle. She's got the clipboard handy. I've been trying to keep track of what's happening next door, but I was also focused on what was happening with Prairie View, and hopefully everything was going to be okay there. Well, this right lane's seeing some hook now too. This is good for Vanderbilt. Again, if they see this on the pair that they will bowl for the title, again, they will know what to do. There's always a blessing somewhere, and in this case, again, both teams, if you will, as we talked about, two separate lineups. They get to bowl, they get extra frames. Things still count for stats purposes, and you get to see maybe a different lane transition than you haven't seen all weekend. That could be in play too. On Friday, they transition kind of in a crazy manner. Then Saturday, they actually did the opposite in regards to transition. The lanes transitioned the opposite way on Friday. Yesterday, when we got to, I think it was 5 and 6, actually. And match 3, man, they were extremely tight. It felt like they was just carried down everywhere. And it took them about 2 full frames to kind of maneuver through it. Ended up winning the match. They were facing the Southern Jaguars, and Southern came out and were bowling very well. They had an excellent start, speaking of the Jaguars, yesterday against Vandy. But ultimately, Vandy did get it together, and they won the match. So this will be the final game for Vanderbilt of this match, since the forfeit has taken place. So it will be 4 games for Vandy. And again, we will have that extended break. Just some updates. According to the results, North Carolina A&T and Tulane are tied at 1 apiece. Youngstown State leads Sam Houston State 2-0. UAB leads Southern 2-0. Texas Southern and Florida A&M, which is to our left, that's tied at 1 apiece, although Texas Southern is about to go up 2-1 there. Nebraska and Arkansas State were tied at 1, but that one's not updated yet. They're in game 4. Louisiana Tech was leading 2-0 over Wichita State. Let's see if the bracket is now updated. It is, at least through round 1. So if you want to click on the results link on the Facebook live stream, please do so. If you're watching on YouTube, pop on over to Facebook, click that link, and pull up the results tab. The bracket is the 4th tab at the bottom of the screen. And you'll get the first round results. Wichita State dropped into the 5th place portion of things for the moment. But they could still end up in 3rd place. Speaking of the Shockers, good battle between them and Louisiana Tech. All right, Sydney Bone puts one together in the 7th. I'd love to give you an exact time, folks, but there's no way to know. At this point, we're probably talking about probably somewhere closer to noon Central with regards to a start for the title match. Now, once every match is complete, they do take the 3 minutes to move, and then they get a 10-minute warm-up session on that new pair. But I'm expecting Nebraska and Arkansas State to go the full 7 games. And that full 7 games, more than likely, if they get to it, of course, but either way, Vanderbilt's opponent in the title match will be determined between Arkansas State and Nebraska. I think Katie Ruzak gave the 7-10 about the best run you can give it. Carla, by the way. I don't know how long you've been watching. It sounds like you've been watching all weekend. Vanderbilt's never a bad team to watch, certainly. I also find myself watching live streams on a Friday afternoon or Friday morning. Very often, I'll drop my kids off at school on a Friday. I'll come back and then begin to, do whatever it is I'm supposed to do that day. And then I'll probably sit down at the kitchen table, open the laptop, probably eat, and then of course I'll get the notifications that Jacksonville State and Vanderbilt and Nebraska and Arkansas State are all live, as an example. So then I'll start at 1, watch a few frames, maybe a game or so, see what the teams respectively are doing, whoever they're bowling at the time, and then move on to the next live stream and see who they're bowling. More times than not, they're all bowling at the same tournament. It's rare when you don't see, especially some of the top 10, top 15 teams. It does happen, but they don't all bowl the same events in the same weekends. Majority of the time, they are bowling in them together. But occasionally, you might get a couple of teams, the top upper echelon of the RPI, one event, and a couple of other teams that add another. That's good. That's a good family to be a part of, Carla. Is this like getting an honorary degree? Because that's pretty cool. The Goodman family is awesome. Curious what bowling ball that was for Danielle. Now, I think at the end of the Nebraska match, she did throw something different than the level. But I think for Danielle, towards the end of that match, specifically, it was game 4, 5th frame. I thought she threw an excellent shot. She wrapped a 10. And on my angle, and you probably saw it too, though, as the viewers, the ball truly deflected to the right. And when you see that, I mean, that's the tall tale sign of needing to make a ball change. And I think she did do that on the first shot in the 10th, which did strike and had sealed the deal for the doors in that one. This pattern at 43 feet. By the way, just off camera, you can't see it, but Florida A&M uniforms are fantastic. Shout out to FAMU. They've got the white jersey, green pants with the orange and white stripe, and then the jerseys have orange lettering with like green trim. They would 1,000% win the. I think they would win the best uniform award this weekend without question. All right, Natalie finishes things up. It's 177 for those of you scoring at home. Again, not the way they would have preferred to have round two end, especially without an opponent. And unfortunately, Prairie View A&M had to forfeit due to a player needing medical attention. And so all of our thoughts right now belong with Prairie View A&M. But Vanderbilt, of course, is on to the title match. This one had no bearing on the bracket, so they will try to figure out, how to bide the time, try to stay as loose as possible, and they will await the winner of Nebraska and Arkansas State. That championship match will take place on lanes 17 and 18. Before we go to break, I'll just maybe double check just to make sure that coaches don't have anything. There are some matches into Game 5, so a couple of that looks like they could be ending in a sooner rather than later situation. Louisiana Tech up 3-0 over Wichita State. Just as, again, another preview for the championship match, Vanderbilt had lost both of their matches yesterday. They had Friday, one each against Nebraska and Arkansas State. They lost in both, so they got a little bit of revenge this morning. If it's Arkansas State that they have to face, they'll have another opportunity to face them. They actually have a losing record against Arkansas State this season. If they have to face Nebraska, well, they know it will be a similar situation to last year's tournament where they led the first 2 days. They were the #1 seed. They beat Stephen F. Austin in the opening match on Sunday. Then Stephen F. Austin made their way back to the title match and faced Vanderbilt. And then that one went 7 games with Stephen F. Austin winning. So Vandy, again, is trying to seal the deal this time and win the tournament. With that said, the players now on their official break as they look to stay fueled during the break. And that's our opportunity to step aside. If you are curious what is going to take place in the Nebraska-Arkansas State match, let's see, who is streaming over there? Yeah, Nebraska's been streaming. But the Commodores, they're in snack mode right now, trying to stay fueled as they've got to wait it out. So it's 11:20 Central Time. I'm going to give it about 20 to 25 minutes, maybe 30. I'd say no more than 30 probably. But check back in 30 minutes. I'll keep you updated as best as I can in the chat. Of course, the stream will be active. And our live coverage will be back. Graphic will be up and activated. All right, so we'll take a break, and when we return, Vanderbilt will be in the title match versus Nebraska and or Arkansas State. My name is Emil Williams Jr. It's a pleasure to be here with you as always. It's the Colonial Lanes Classic from Colonial Bowling Center just outside of New Orleans. Tournament coming to an end, and hopefully with a championship for the Commodores. Back with you with more here in a little bit. You're watching Vanderbilt Women's Bowling on the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel and the Vandy Women's Bowling Facebook page.
I heard a little bit. Standing there when you asked No, I was standing there. Since a long standing tradition championship.
About 90 seconds remain in practice as Vanderbilt, after a long wait, had to wait extra minutes after round one, after the early win. Had to wait again after round two. Of course, as I told you, I had a feeling that Nebraska and Arkansas State would go 7. It did. Nice 10th frame for both Arkansas State and Nebraska. Carly Van Dynen needed a double in the 10th frame to shut out Nebraska. She threw the first one in the 10th, left the 10 pin on the second shot in the 10th. That allowed Haley Swindle to have an opportunity to win for Nebraska. She needed 2 strikes and 9 pins. She got the first one and left a 4-6 on the second shot. And so Vanderbilt versus Arkansas State for the Colonial Lanes Classic title here in 2025. For Vanderbilt, they are back again where they were last year in the title match as the number 1 seed. Last year, they went 7 games and they lost to Stephen F. Austin. This year, trying to make sure that does not happen again. And whether or not it goes 7, certainly that's not the most important part. If it goes 7, the most important part is, of course, Vanderbilt will be hoisting the trophy when it's all said and done. Top seed has lane choice, and Vanderbilt has chosen to begin the match on the left lane. All right, so again, keep our left-right stats in mind as this match develops. We'll see if ultimately Vandy choosing the left lane. I have to think they think this lane probably is a little better for them. And also as the top seed, they will have the opportunity, should the teams be tied at 3 apiece heading into Game 7, Vanderbilt will have choice of lane for Game 7. All right, folks, here we go. All right, Haley Lindley got things started with a strike for Vanderbilt. And just like round 1 began, right, the energy is much different, and you would anticipate that, at least you should. With a title on the line, you should anticipate the energy always to be high. Again, Lindley, Ballard. This morning it was Lindley, Ballard, Kent, Abagania, and Henderson. Katie Ruzak bowling in the second spot for Coach Justin Kostick. Vanderbilt hasn't had a lot of success against Arkansas State so far in this season. They lost to Arkansas State in round one of the Chelsea Gilliam Penguin Classic in bracket play. And then they lost them a couple of other times, including on Friday here at the Colonial Lanes Classic. So they got a loss with them in bracket play, a loss in traditional play, and a loss in bracket play. They have defeated them once, though. Looking to turn the tides here on that. Natalie Kent back in the starting lineup. All right, you can tell and see the difference. Of course, bowling on the fresh, that was way back at 8:30 a.m. Different pair of lanes. There's been 2 rounds already bowled on each of these pairs. And now some movement left that has to take place. The one thing about Arkansas State, and I think always what makes them dangerous, as Natalie Kent opens in the third frame, Arkansas State has some players that are able to open up the lane. Maggie Toma being one of those players. Two-handed righty, and of course we will see Vandy's two-handed righty here in a sec, but first Caitlin Abagania. That is high on the head pin as well. So some early 3-1, 2-on-1 type moves. We actually could be in the 4-2 zone already. Here's Van Dynen. She mixes them up. Van Dynen, one of the best certainly in the country. That's a very dangerous duo of Toma and Van Dynen. Great spare conversion. 310 taken care of by Abagania. Arkansas State out with the early 4-bagger. I believe that was Amanda Lang. Lang, Ruzak as Henderson delivers. Lang, Ruzak, back, Toma, and Van Dynen. For Coach Kostick, Mike Kahn, new assistant coach for Arkansas State. Abagania came back to the bag, and she might get a quick look at a different bowling ball possibly, as Ruzak, just a 4-pin. Ruzak, the sophomore from Arlington Heights, Illinois. There are a couple players on the Arkansas State roster with Chicago area ties. Back to the top of the lineup. Lindley, the big move left, sends it right, and won't get the break there. It's 2-10. The search for the Haley Lindley spare ball is underway. And it has been found. So much like Vanderbilt got out early against Nebraska this morning, Arkansas State's the aggressor here on 17 and 18. And again, Arkansas State with big game energy already, right? They just came off a Game 7 winning performance against Nebraska, and they roll right into the title match. And so they've got some energy already flowing through the veins. Quality shot there from Kaylee Back. She transferred a couple seasons ago from Oklahoma Christian. Open frame in the sixth. 2:15 now is the max score for Vanderbilt. Back takes care of the spare. Right now, Arkansas State, if they were to go strike, spare, strike in the ninth, spare in the 10th frame, and strike on the field, they would be at 213. As Ballard goes high and leaving the, what looks to be the, what's that, the 369? I'm looking at it from the smaller monitor. Of course, I can't see it now in front or with the players in front. Toma. I think this is a situation for Vanderbilt right now where it's just they just got to find the number of boards. They got to move left, and if that also includes some equipment changes, they will have the opportunity to do that. All right, piece of equipment change there for Natalie Kent. And you can see the difference. All right, a little less violent on the back end. That was a good count from Van Dynen, because Vanderbilt still had an opportunity to shoot 205. But so she's got to make this steal to officially lock it up. And now it's official after that. Van Dynen had missed the spare and Abagani had struck, it would have been an opportunity for Danielle Henderson to step up in the 10th frame and possibly take game one. That now is officially over, and so Arkansas State's going to get on the board first. Best of 7. One match and one match only. Opportunity, and again for Danielle to see how much space she truly have. .212 is the official number for Arkansas State. Again, they will take game number one. the first game that Vanderbilt has lost. Again, they swept Nebraska. They had won the first game against Prairie View A&M in round 2, which did not count towards the bracket in regards to Vandy's portion or seeding into the title match. And Prairie View A&M unfortunately had to forfeit. They had a player who needed some medical attention. All right, 163 for Vanderbilt. Game 1 goes to Arkansas State on the right lane. It's the 1st to 4. Arkansas State with plenty of momentum right now as they move to the left lane and start with a strike. Amanda Lang, so far so good in her role as leadoff bowler for the Red Wolves. Shot by Haley Lindley. Ruzak. That's a good 8, all things considered, right there for Katie Ruzak. Again, your lineup for Vandy: Lindley, Ballard, Kent, Abaganya, Henderson. Dropped game 1 on the left lane. We are in game 2. Vandy on the right lane. Please hit the thumbs up as the views continue to increase on both YouTube and Facebook. We appreciate it. High flush for Alyssa Ballard, the senior. As the increase happens, folks, please hit the thumbs up. Make sure you let the good people at Vanderbilt know and the athletics department that you care about Vandy women's bowling. In a similar position last year, top seed in the title match, did not get it done. It went 7 games. Natalie Kent. It's the 6th to roll into the 10 off the sidewall. And the Commodores out early with a 3-bagger. This is what we saw from specifically the top of the lineup versus Nebraska, where Lindley, Ballard, and Kent really set the table for Abaganya and Henderson. I did see Caitlin come back and get a different bowling ball, and this was in game 1. See if she's going to use it here. Nope, not that ball. It does look different though. And the 2-4-10. That one just never quite saw it. 3-10 situation here for Kaylee Back of Arkansas State. Open frame, first one for the Red Wolves here in game 2. Abaganya got count. Every pin counts certainly in these situations. We'll see what Danielle has to offer here on the right lane. This is Toma. Oh, that's a great shot. Now she's already in, looks like maybe just left the fourth arrow. And that hit the tracer down lane, so she's probably 22 to 10-ish. Wow, and Henderson just carried the 4-7-10. It could be just a slight or subtle angle change for Danielle down lane. But I would be great shot there. Van Dynen, big double for the Red Wolves. The bowling nerd in me would love to see the stats, or the numbers I should say, and not the actual statistical numbers, the average and field percentage. We have those things. I'm referring to rev rate. Let's do some slow-mo replays and see what the differences are between Henderson and Toma. There are certainly similarities. Lindley again. So far, the right lane looks to be pretty solid for both teams. Again, if this one is tied 3-3 heading into Game 7, Vanderbilt as the top seed will have the choice of which lane they would like to bowl Game 7 on. Keep that in your back pocket. Trouble for the Red Wolves. And now Alyssa Ballard with trouble of her own. Lang will take one. It's either probably a ball change for Alyssa yesterday. She went to something that had an orange color to it when necessary. Been a great weekend for both teams. Arkansas State went 9-1 across Baker and traditional matches. 9-1. They were third in total pinfall and grabbed the number 3 seed. They had two very close matches. They took care of Wichita State in 5 games, and then of course 7 games. Oh, I'm sorry, 6 games it took. Arkansas State took care of Wichita State in 6. And then took care of Nebraska in 7 games. So the Red Wolves have been in some matches here today. Hit. High flush. Oh, get out of there, 9. 9 pin. Not today. That was a huge shot there from Natalie Kent. Red Wolves trying to answer still. Oh my goodness. Hey. When you get a break, you got to take it. That's a part of the game. It's a 10-pin lead right now for Vanderbilt. We'll see if Arkansas State will be able to parlay that break. Abaganya, 3-6, 9-10. And now Toma, who has been just money. She is up, and she is at it. Maggie Toma. And the open frame there in the 9th. Max score for Vanderbilt is 198. Van Dynen will need to open here for Vanderbilt to have a chance to take Game 2. wraps a 10 pin. There is a path here for Vanderbilt, but Danielle will need to do her part as well. Great shot. Now Van Dynen has to make the spare. And takes care of it like the senior that she is. And just like that, barring anything crazy, not yet. 199 is the max for the Red Wolves. This is a must strike here for Danielle to keep Vanderbilt alive, and it will force a count situation for Arkansas State. There it is. All right, so Danielle was in these moments earlier. She needed 9 for a shutout twice. Van Dynen needs a strike here to shut out Vandy. And she delivers. 9 there, the possibility of a tie loomed. 8, and Vandy and Danielle could have stepped up and struck to win. $199 to $198. Arkansas State now leads 2-0, and they have now won on both lanes. That was a tough one for Vanderbilt. That was a game they probably should have won. All right, game 2 belongs to Arkansas State. Quick huddle. We'll see if any lineup changes may take place here. This is the adversity now that Vanderbilt is facing. They trail 2-0. They now are on the comeback trail. Lindley dodges trouble, just a single pin. Amanda Lang, so far, so good. Really good for the Red Wolves. This feels like a game that Vandy must win here. Again, I mentioned the path on the Red Wolves. They have bowled matches that have gone 6 games. That was in round 1 against Wichita State. They bowled a match that went 7 games against Nebraska to get here. Now an opportunity to possibly win the championship as they lead 2-0. Vandy, though, you know that Vandy run is on its way. Lineup change as Victoria Verano into the lineup. Four pin here for Verano. Rano in for Alyssa Ballard, at least according to what we have seen the first two games. Rano 92% on single pins entering this weekend's tournament. Haley back. Well, she had the key break in game two. She went through the nose and had the old can opener, and all 10 fell. And you get breaks like that sometimes. And the team did also their job to capitalize on said break. Arkansas State was the 6th-ranked team in the preseason poll. So it does look like Alyssa Ballard is into or stays in the lineup. She goes from 2 to 3. So Abagania, it looks like will be subbed out for the first time today or this weekend. This is about the team. This is why, you know, teams like Vandy have 10 players who could all be first-team All-Americans. Maggie Toma hasn't missed in a little bit, folks. It's been a couple games since she's missed. Kent, big moment. And 4-pin. We've seen a couple of those. This is kind of similar to how game one set up for Vanderbilt, specifically on the left lane. We're high on the head pin early, making some moves, then get into that 4-pin zone. There still may be a couple of boards left away from getting where they need to get to. All right, spare is made. 9 spare, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare. First 4 frames for Vanderbilt. Strike, 9 spare, double for the Red Wolves momentarily. And Van Dynen gets the 7-pin to fall late. What a start for Arkansas State. Danielle Henderson of St. Louis, Missouri. And she provided a little bit of energy. That needs some help and will not get it. That one was left the whole way. 3, 6, 9, 10. And now the Red Wolves are looking to pounce. Lang. She delivers high flush. Andy in a little bit of trouble. And this one is not over yet. But the Red Wolves right now cooking. Thanksgiving is just a few days. Uh-oh. All right, if you can hear me, folks. Stream has frozen. We'll fix that hopefully in just a second. All right, so if you can hear the sound of my voice, 6 spare in the 7th for Arkansas State. The score is active. Lindley did strike in the 6th for Vanderbilt. Count for Vandy, and Kaylee back continues to strike. And Vandy needs some help. Single pin right now for Arkansas State. The max for Vanderbilt is 214. And if Vandy is going to get this done, they are going to need to rattle off 4 in a row. Still working through the technical difficulties at the moment. I would simply tell you that technology is something else, but you guys know, you already know that. All right. The assist there to Coach Williamson. Had his eyes on both what was happening on the lanes and also troubleshooting his multiple devices that we've got working here this weekend. Well, Arkansas State historically has been one of the best teams in the country for many years. Well, we're talking about how it starts here for collegiate athletes moving on to the professional level. We talked about Josie as a great example. For Arkansas State, Jordan Richard, formerly Jordan Richard, now Jordan Snodgrass, former first-team All-American, her sister Haley. So many alums from Arkansas State as well. Many of whom who don't maybe perhaps bowl professionally all the time, but when they were part of the Red Wolves squad, they were always in the mix. Well, folks, if you are a fan of Vanderbilt, go ahead and sit down, buckle up your seatbelt, because now Vandy, with some true adversity, they've got to win 4 consecutive games, and it happened quickly. But the Red Wolves came right at Vandy without any hesitation. Arkansas State 236. Vandy has yet to shoot 200 this match. Vanderbilt's going to need some momentum. Now the scores on the right lane for Arkansas State have been 212 and 236, and we've seen what they've produced, so we know it is certainly possible to win on the right lane.
Go, Mando, one good shot.
236 to 182. The Red Wolves now one victory away from capturing the Colonial Lanes championship. Vanderbilt is in the situation where they just need to stack victories and really at this point just stack good shots. When you're down 3-0, it's almost like you just got to revert back to the basics. You can't think about the amount of games you got to win. You can only truly focus on it, and that's what the focus is anyway, but it truly is the one shot at a time mentality until you get that one game in the scoring column. That's a W. The problem is you've got a very hungry and aggressive Red Wolf squad who are seeing the lanes beautifully as Lindley 210 to open up game number 4. Now count, you got to make sure you attack count here, but this is one I think you got to go for early. As this combination again of Amanda Lang, Katie Ruzak, Kaylee Back, Maggie Toma, and Carly Van Dynen has been phenomenal here through 3 games. At the start of the match, especially in game 1, I talked about the Red Wolves will be dangerous, not just because of who they are, as Lindley gave it a run, but they are very good at opening up the lane. And you are seeing that right now, especially in that 4-5 combination with Toma and Van Dynen. They both strike at more than 54% of the time. Back to the senior in Verano here. Both seniors in the lineup for Vanderbilt in Verano and Ballard. All right, back. Since the 6 around the 10. Vandy in need of something good here. Can Verano get the party started? Yeah. All right, just a 9-pin. One good frame, one good shot at a time. Good spare for Verano. You joined us late. Vandy now trailing 3 games to 0. And everything going well for Arkansas State. But sometimes, again, we talked about breaks. The breaks do happen and sometimes they don't. But it's about taking advantage of those breaks. Vandy can't take a look at what's happening over on lane 17. Their focus is 18. Can Ballard get him started? And she too leaves a 4-pin. A lot of 4-pins here for the Commodores. Josie Barnes having a quick word with Natalie Kent, who is set to bowl next. Vandy is in that true risk-reward scenario. They're in the 4-pin zone, which suggests a larger move. Van Dynen strikes again. And the Red Wolves with 4 out of 5. Here to start game 4, what could be a clinching game 4 for Arkansas State. Vandy is trying to extend this match to game 5. Here, Carolyn Dorn Ballard behind us, the mom of course, Alyssa Ballard, saying dig deep. That's a patented CDB phrase right there, but she is absolutely right. Wow. All smiles as you would anticipate for the Red Wolves. Can Kent get them started? No, 2-pin. I don't know if it was on purpose, but I do like that Natalie kind of gave it away from the pocket a little bit. It may have been accidental. Ruzak trying to keep the momentum going for Arkansas State. And she does. And pretty soon, Vanderbilt, by default, is going to run out of frames to try and catch Arkansas State this game. The max score right now for Vanderbilt is 247. The Red Wolves maxing at 279. They're still on pace to do that. Vandy's going to need some help here from Maggie Toma, just to even give them a slither of hope, and Henderson's got a strike. There it is. Still with a small inch of life. And if Toma strikes here, it is all but over. Wow. And that about sums it up, folks. Arkansas State got a couple of those breaks to go their way, and they have capitalized each and every time. And such is the life of bowling in some cases. But you just tip your hat. You got to tip your cap to Arkansas State and Coach Justin Costa, assistant coach Mike Kahn. They were ready for Vanderbilt. Unfortunately, that open frame, the non-strike, realistically, that officially did it. for Vandy. So in this case, for the Commodores, they swept Nebraska. Guaranteed themselves a spot in the title match, and unfortunately, they now are on the receiving end of being swept. And I can tell you from firsthand experience as a former college bowler myself, having been in the exact role and position as Vanderbilt today, sweeping a team and then getting swept, it certainly is not fun. It does not feel good, but it should not put a damper on what Vanderbilt did accomplish as a team this weekend. Unfortunately, won't take home the title this year, and they will have to settle for the runner-up finish for the second consecutive season, this time at the hands of the Arkansas State Red Wolves. Congrats to them. Well, that was well done by Arkansas State. They shoot 256 on the end. They sweep the top-seeded Vanderbilt Commodores here this weekend in the title match. Arkansas State ran through the gauntlet this morning, defeating Wichita State, Nebraska, and Vanderbilt. Seeds 4, 2, and 1. And listen, when you do that, folks, you deserve to win. .903, the 4-game total for Arkansas State. Vanderbilt just trying to end on the best and the most positive note that they can end on. This is one where you start to look at the small victories as well. You got your other freshman, Tamia Yeager, some quality frames earlier today. I mean, you bowled a very good Nebraska team and took care of them in round 1. And the picture just wasn't clear enough for the Commodores. And it was very clear. The picture was about as focused as you can get for Arkansas State. A great alum watching, Maria Bolanova, former Division I Player of the Year and alum, of course, for Vanderbilt. These are the moments, folks, especially early in the season, that are, to me, the most important, because this is where you learn, right? You're always learning on the fly. But a 5th place, a 3rd place, a 3rd place, and now a runner-up finish for Vanderbilt through 4 tournaments in the first part of the semester or the season. Probably going to be 2nd or 3rd in the next coaches poll. Jacksonville State should be the #1 team in that poll. Vanderbilt did enter this weekend first in RPI. There is still plenty to feel really good about as a Commodores fan. The only question now I would have, I'll have to talk to Coach John, of course, and actually we'll try to talk with someone about just how the weekend went. Next door, Louisiana Tech, Nebraska. They're in Game 5 over there. To our right, Wichita State, North Carolina A&T in Game 4. All right, Danielle's going to close it out. Be curious to see how much room Danielle truly had in this pair. We'll see if Coach, and I don't know if Coach Williamson normally stays live for the old trophy presentation. I doubt it because that could be a very long time from now. Either way, I would like to thank all of you for watching this weekend. It was truly an honor to be here on behalf of Vanderbilt. Disappointing, certainly a way to end the day and end the weekend. But again, as I talked about, all certainly is not lost. It only will make the wins feel that much better when 2026 begins here in January. But truly, thank you so much for having me and welcoming me into the Vanderbilt family for the weekend. I truly enjoyed my time and an opportunity for me to still call bowling, but in a much different way. That's a good way to do it. 3, 6, 7, 10 conversion for Danielle Henderson. And now this one is official. Four to 0. Red Wolves sweep the Commodores, and they are the Colonial Lanes Classic champions. All right, we'll see. I'm going to stay live here for a moment just so I understand. I doubt they'll be like, hey, yeah, let's stay live for the trophy presentation. They may say that. I don't know. We'll find out. This is the one part of the weekend I actually don't know what they do. So I'm in a wait-and-see mode as well. Meanwhile, next door, where Nebraska is at the front 8 over there. So for the time being, and because I'm going to wait officially to I get the go-ahead from John, we'll just stay live for the moment. While we wait, we'll recap the weekend. This thing started on Friday, and Vanderbilt went 3-2, but had 2 Baker sets of 1,100 or more. In fact, 11-11 and 11-12 respectively. The 11-12 came in match 5, and that catapulted them back into the lead. Yesterday during the traditional play, they went 4-1. Another solid day, and yesterday kind of belonged to Nebraska. They were fantastic in the traditional sense. Nebraska ended up getting the number 2 seed, but Vanderbilt did remain in the top spot. That allowed or brought Vanderbilt into Sunday this morning as the top seed. They faced Nebraska, the number 2 seed. And of course, Arkansas State and Wichita State were the 3rd and 4th seeds respectively. Vandy did sweep Nebraska. Then got a win over Prairie View A&M in the second round. And then, of course, as you just saw, dropping all 4, unfortunately, to the Red Wolves of Arkansas State. And the Red Wolves journey, I mentioned it, they took care of Wichita State in 5 this morning. Then Nebraska in 7, and then swept Vanderbilt in the title match. Heck of a run, and it's going to be what is assumed would be a very, very good drive home for Arkansas State. Vandy, as you would imagine, the coaches and the players. Coaches just addressing the players. And so I'm going to stay just right here until I get the go-ahead on what to do from Coach Williamson. If you have a question as we wait, the Vandy schedule in 2026. Again, the Northeast Classic will be their first competition back. That'll be in Newcastle, Delaware from January 16th through the 18th. The Prairie View A&M Invitational will be next in January from the 23rd through the 25th. That's at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Then the calendar moves to February, and the Storm Flyer Classic from February 6th through the 8th. Followed by the Big Red Invitational on February 20th through February 22nd. Then in March, of course, Vandy's home tournament. March 6th through the 8th, the Music City Classic at Smyrna Bowling Center in Smyrna, Tennessee. The Big Red Invite, by the way, is in Lincoln, Nebraska. And then on March 17th, Conference USA kicks off. It'll be actually right here again, and Vanderbilt will certainly be here, as will Wichita State, as will Arkansas State, as will Nebraska, who is now a Conference USA member. Well, they got a really good match over there, too. Wow, Nebraska had the front 8 and then went split in the 9th and the 10th frames to shoot 244, which allowed Juliana Kerrigan to perform in the 10th frame, and she just struck to win the game. If you're tuning in and wondering, hey, why is it any bowling? Vandy did fall to Arkansas State. 4-0 again to Arkansas State. They will finish second in the title match at the Colonial Lanes Classic, excuse me. Runner-up this weekend, but a lot of positives, I think, and this is from my view. A lot to take away.
It's okay if they pay for it. Bonus coverage. Is that good?
So some impromptu bonus coverage as we get the or wait the okay from Coach Williamson to shut it down, because that's where Coach Williamson plays the role. Now I don't know what the count is in this match, but I know it's close. And the way Coach Matt Nantis just moved this camera lets me know that, suggests that Louisiana Tech might be leading in the match. But again, a lot of takeaways from my vantage point for Vanderbilt. 4 tournaments in. As a coach, obviously, you would anticipate seeing improved or continue and to improve with regards to play, stats, etc. I'll chat with, or at least Coach Williamson to get the. So while we have a moment, we will take the opportunity to chat with Associate Head Coach Josie Barnes. And obviously, Coach, it's not what you anticipated, certainly what you didn't want to happen, but it did happen. And so I know it's hard to process, but what do you tell the players in these moments? Because all is not lost. I mean, it's a great weekend, but ultimately you didn't get done what you wanted to. But I feel like still a lot of takeaways from that.
I mean, I think, one of the things I always tell them is you're allowed to be frustrated, but if we're going to fail, we have to learn, right? And so I think, this is the first championship match we've been in this season, and, the plan is to be in more. And when we get in this situation again, if we didn't learn from this, then, we're probably going to find ourselves in a similar situation. So, what did we not do right? What can we do better? And be prepared for that. I think we fell behind early. I think some of that is it can be really hard when you win that first match to keep that momentum going. I think you want to win that first match, right? You want that opportunity to know you're in the championship match, but it can be hard to keep that momentum going. And so, how do we handle that success, for the length of the day? And I don't know that we did a fantastic job of that. So figuring out a way to do that better, getting our bodies loose again. I think that can be a challenge, and just figuring out that rotation a little better. But all is not lost. I think they had a fantastic weekend. I think they have a lot to be proud of. I think, if you look at where we started the season in Ohio to where we are now, the things that we've talked about getting better at, we are getting better at. We're not where we want to be, but we've made improvements every week, and they're committed to the process.
You made a great point, and I mentioned this on the broadcast. I mean, Arkansas State didn't have a chance to have any kind of lulls because they had Wichita State, then they had Nebraska, and both of those were close matches. And so you felt like there was a reason, not just the lanes were good for them, but, they're in bowling mode, if you will, just from the start. But you got to give them credit, right? They took advantage of the breaks, and they're going to always be there for the freshmen, for the young players. And you mentioned being in the championship match for the first time. How do you think they performed just overall? Not the result part, but the process part.
Yeah, I mean, we were actually just talking about this with the group, and it's not just the freshmen, it's the group as a whole. This is the first time this group has done it, and so, yes, the freshmen, it's their first time, but, leadership changes, personalities change, the complexion of the group changes, and, I actually think in the moment they were handling it and attempting to correct it the right way. It just did not it did not pan out. And when you bowl against a team like Arkansas, they can strike when they get loose. And so I don't even necessarily think our team did anything wrong. It's just nothing went right. So I can't be upset with their effort. I can be disappointed in the outcome. And I think they would share the same sentiment. I think if you look at their face right now, they're all pretty disappointed because, when you look at the standings, we felt like, this was our weekend. And it was, I think they can walk away feeling really good about it. But the last match stings.
Obviously, you get a break for the holidays, and then you'll be back on the lanes in January. What will be some of those, I guess, key points from the coaches to the players kind of during the break? And, what will you expect, obviously, once you get back to competition?
Yeah, I think number one is just making sure we stay engaged and stay on it because it's a break from us, but it can't be a break from bowling, right? I think 7 weeks that they get, and the intention is for when they get back for us to build on the things we've done, not rebuild. what we've been working on. And yeah, I have a lot of faith in this group. They love bowling. They love being together, and so I have no doubt that they're going to take care of their business. And then we actually just this last week sat down with them all individually and went through their competition stats and said, hey, like, these are the things that you're doing really well, and these are the things that if you want to play a little more that we have to get better at. And so they all individually know, like, when I get my opportunities, this is what I need to be focused on and be better at, and giving them ways to do that. And so, I have full confidence that they're going to commit to that over the break.
Hey, great bowling this weekend. Runner-up finish. You didn't have a runner-up finish coming into it, so that's one small positive. And thank you for having me. This is truly a blast, and I felt like I was right back in the college bowling mode like we used to be, so thank you.
We loved having you, Emil. We hope to have you back again.
All right, that's Coach Barnes. I still don't know if we're free to close the show. Do we normally close the show? Like, what happens here? Is this the awards? Do you do awards or anything normally? Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. All right, so we might have extended coverage here. So it sounds like they're so I didn't know how many they would take for all tournament teams. So it sounds like 6 or 7?
They said Kate made it, so it's got to be
Okay. All right, so it sounds like Kaylin Abaganya might be on the all tournament team. We know that Danielle Henderson is, and so we'll just stick around. I'm here. No one can leave until the awards are presented. And it looks like we might be going to a Game 7 over on 15 and 16 here with Louisiana Tech and Nebraska. Everything else around us has been completed. Appreciate Coach Josie Barnes for sharing a few words. What's in front of you right now, again, is Louisiana Tech and Nebraska. It looks like we're going to stay live, and the opportunity to honor and watch Kaylin Abaganya and Danielle Henderson receive their awards, although if that changes, obviously I'll let you know. Looks like we've got 2 matches that are either moving to Game 7 or already in Game 7. This one is certainly going to Game 7. So this is the battle for 3rd place between Tech and Nebraska. Again, your Vanderbilt Commodores unfortunately finished bowling early. They did finish 2nd.
Sorry, I'm going to grab that water bottle. Yeah. Thank you.
So Nebraska is going to start as they look to garner 3rd place. They were the higher seed, so they got the chance to choose what lane they're going to finish on. Looks like Lainey Breedlove is just as good as she was earlier today. Oh, there are 3 matches actually still going. Texas Southern and Southern did tie a game, so it looks like Texas Southern was up 2.5 to 1.5. Game 7 for Nebraska and Louisiana Tech. Wichita State swept North Carolina A&T. UAB had a 3-2 lead over Jackson State. About that. Good shot there for Louisiana Tech. Again, this is the only match going on in this area. For those who still might be watching, curious just share your thoughts, how the weekend went. Was this a good thing? We had the highest viewership we've had certainly all weekend at the start of the title match, which was fantastic. I certainly enjoyed my time here. I know Coach Williamson and he'll be looking for feedback. I think he's already received some feedback. Was it enjoyable for you as the viewer? I imagine it was. Even if you were a novice, bowler and or someone with just a limited amount of knowledge regarding the sport, I think having someone there to kind of walk you through what's happening as it's happening, I'm sure was beneficial. So if you have any feedback, feel free to share that with Coach Williamson, or you can drop it here in the chat. We'll pass that on. Nebraska keeps on striking. Boy, that's the pair it looks like we should have bowled on, boy. 15 and 16. That might be the highest scoring total match across any. There are discussions. We're trying to figure out if one in the spring is possible. We'll take a look at the schedule. Well, not their schedule, my schedule. Strike, spare 3-bagger for Nebraska, spare 4-bagger for Louisiana Tech. Laney Breedlove, quietly, if you watch or look at the statistics, she just might be an All-American. Bulldogs continuing to fight. This is Game 7. Nebraska was just in a Game 7, so they go back-to-back Game 7 matches. One against Arkansas State and the other now against Louisiana Tech. Looks like Southern and Texas Southern now is complete. And I'm thinking that UAB and Jackson State have gone now to 7 games as well. I'll tell you what, very entertaining. Here is Tech and Nebraska. That's Kayla Starr, and she strikes. Wow. That shot there from Ashley in the 8th frame. Nebraska keeps answering. A 10-pin lead for the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech. Again, this is for 3rd place bonus coverage here on the Vanderbilt live stream. Simply waiting the awards presentation, as 2 doors are anticipated to be honest, 1 for sure. And Paulina Avalos, transfer from SCAD Design. So the max score for the Bulldogs, 290. The max score for Nebraska, 280. Karina Capron matches the effort. So it's going to be up to Kerrigan. Got to have the first one. 4-pin. Haley Swindle, young sophomore. Wow, and she wraps a dime. Still not over. Spare shooting, here important. Kerrigan's got to make her spare. Well, now it's officially over. Kerrigan, if that spare was made, just would have needed to hit pins and stay behind the foul line. But the Bulldogs now are going to have a 3rd place finish. Wow, that's a great finish. 268 to 247. All right, so we are nearing awards time. So there's no more bowling, at least in our general vicinity. There is 1 match remaining, and it is way down on 5 and 6 with Jackson State and the University of Alabama Birmingham. Danielle Henderson individually, folks, just an FYI. Danielle did finish third. She went plus 113 for 5 games. That's an average of 222.60. Kaylin Abagania finished sixth at plus 93. So at least Danielle and possibly Caitlin will be on the all-tournament teams, and of course Vandy will receive will be awarded for their runner-up performance here this weekend. Oh, excuse me, there are 2 matches still going on. Well, it might be a while now, folks. Southern and Texas Southern still battling. Let's see what. I'm just going to try to turn the old iPad here.
Thank you for the extra card.
concludes this year's Colonial Lanes Classic. If we could get our top 3 teams and our alternate team athletes down near lanes 17 and 18, we'll go ahead and get the awards handed out. Get everyone on the road. Started. Awards today will be presented by Mr. Chuck Ferrer, our host. Once again, Chuck, to you and your team, thank you so much for everything you do for college bowling. We love coming here. We look forward to coming back. Thank you. All right, our all-tournament second team. First, from Sam Houston State, she averaged 213, Brianna Jewins. Sam Houston snuck out already. Next, from University of Alabama, Birmingham, she averaged 213.2, Savannah Snyder. Next, from Louisiana Tech, she averaged 213.
All right, the all-tournament team selections are taking place.
Next, from the University of Nebraska, she averaged 218, Haley Swindle. And finally, from our second all-tournament team, she averaged 218.6, from Vanderbilt, Caitlin Abagania.
All right, there is Caitlin Abagania. All-tournament team selection. It's on the second team.
Next, our top 5.
Get up there.
From North Carolina A&T, she averaged 220.8, Peyton Hartgrove.
Peyton Hartgrove, the new, or one of the new additions for North Carolina A&T. By the way, they went with the top 10, so Brianna Chewins from Sam Houston State, part of the all-tournament team.
Next,
Savannah Schneider of UAB, Callie Trexler of Louisiana Tech, Haley Swindle of Nebraska, Caitlin Abagania, of course, of Vanderbilt, Alicia Oden, 4th, or Wichita State.
Next, from Vanderbilt, she averaged 222.6, Danielle Henderson.
Danielle Henderson of Vanderbilt.
And next, from Duquesne, she averaged 223.8, Mary Beth Baker. And finally, our tournament MVP and high average for the event, she averaged 236.4 from Tulane, Mia Stalakis. ladies and gentlemen, your all-tournament team for 2025. Congratulations, athletes. Great performance. And now our team awards. First, our third place team. From Ruston, Louisiana, the Bulldogs of Louisiana Tech.
All right, Louisiana Tech.
And our second place team from Nashville, Tennessee, the Commodores of Vanderbilt.
And now Vanderbilt, the runner-up. They will receive their award. They've received it. And now over to the left side, they take their photos. And that will officially wrap it up, folks. So again, we thank you so much. Some good stuff from Coach Barnes, as we talked about the first time for this group in a championship match. They will be ready for the next one, that's for sure. I want to thank Coach Williamson, the head coach here, Coach Barnes, Coach Allen, all of the players certainly. I want to thank Renee and Skylar as your champions, Arkansas State, receiving their first place award. Thank you to all of the viewers on both the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel as well as the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page. It was an honor and a privilege to be here, and I would say that I'll probably see you again somewhere in 2026. And once we figure out when that is, we will certainly let you know. So for all coaches involved, Williamson, Barnes, and Allen, and again our entire group and staff here, the players, thank you, of course, to Colonial Bowling Center and the host Tulane, Coach Haley Veach, and everybody involved, to our head official, Rick Barbera, and our head scorekeeper this week, Mike Krauser. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We say so long for now. Vanderbilt finishes second here at the Colonial Lanes Classic. This has been a presentation of the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling team. You watch it on the Vanderbilt Women's Bowling Facebook page and the Vanderbilt Athletics YouTube channel.
I'm looking forward to seeing everyone in 2026.